A ver, intenta ahora. Dios. Bueno, 3 minutos más. Grande Coffee Dust. Información de stream. No. ¡Hala! Empezaron a seguir varios. ¿Cómo? ¿Sabes usar OBS? Lo ven en el celular. Dame un momento. Ya está, solo fue eso. Ok. Let's start with this. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm recording this just to help you guys to start with your first steps into modding your own character. I believe that if you are here by now, that means that at least you know that there are different tools for this. Maybe you are already, and if you're not, you can get into the modern channel, Discord. And here you will find everything that I'll be using. So let me see here, tools and getting started. There are things that I'm not going to talk about. I'm just going to be using. So if you have a question or anything, you can always ask here. There are different places where you can ask for specific things, or you can go directly into Modding 101. But again, most of the things, or I believe almost everything, should be around here. Okay. What's good, homie? So let's start with this. So if you want to create your own character, you will be using the clone engine. Clone engine, it's like a plugin that is added, or a script added to the base game for Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It's made by Nice. And here you will be adding all of the actual modded characters that exist. So, I started you didn't know that Shuma had a good English flow. So let's get directly into this, okay? So the first thing that you are going to do is to create a clone of a base character. So by now, let me open the game. I have the community edition. For example, I have a script that allows me to get directly into the game without spending time waiting for the titles and such. So as you can see, we have the base characters here. And if you are not familiar with Clone Engine, you will find every other character above or below the main screen. So if I press up here or down to get to the first character, below Shenko, you'll find Rashid. Going to the right, you'll find Ken, Guile, Charlie, and so on. You can just keep pressing up and you will find every other character available. So to start, we will need a new clone from a base character. In my case, I'll be working with Hideo. He's from rival schools, maybe you know him, maybe you don't. But he's pretty much a Shoto. That means he has a Hadoken, Tatsumaki, and Shoryuken, pretty much. So for that we have two options. I don't know if you can hear the dog barking. We have two options available, which are obvious. We have Ryu and Akuma. I always thought about Hideo being more close to an Akuma than a Ryu, but that's debatable. So for me, I'll start creating one from Akuma. Okay. So for that, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it Hideo. Inside this, I'll be copying the files from Akuma. So how do I know where they are? Well, first of all, we need to know what's the ID of the actual character that I'm going to use. So how do we know that? You can go to these tools and getting started, and you will find the Bible that we use to mod a character. In this case, I'll be using modding notes. This is a community effort, mostly thanks to Amon Shadows for doing this, and everyone involved. But here you will find all of the data that we're going to use. The commands, where are they placed, the effect numbers, voice lines, and so on. So what I'm interested in right now is to get the character ID. Why the character ID? Because when I explore the folder, the main game folder, you will find, for example, these are the character, most of the characters data are available here. So in the CHR archive folder. So as you can see, we have a lot of numbers from 004, 005 until 50, I believe. Yeah, we should, or 51 maybe. I think 51 is Galactus. Yeah, there you go. So I need to copy those files that are relevant for me. In this case, I want Akuma or Gouki. So I don't need all of the files, some of them, at least for now, to start my character. And for that, I'm going to start creating my folder that is going to be placed into native PC x64, which is within your game files. Okay, so first I need CHR files, CHR. Then I need archive. And then I'm going to copy those files that I need. So I need the only arc file that is with a number. This is a skin file. So if I'm not wrong, Akuma is 3. I'm going to take the first one. Akuma 00. Then I'm going to use or to copy the CMN, which is the common files that will be loaded with the character, and the parent file, which is the instructions for what the character is going to do. Don't worry about anything else. Every other file here are just skin files, or colors, if you want to think about it like that. So I'm just going to copy it and place it here. And I'm going to start naming it. Instead of 003, I'm going to name it Hideo. I'm going to copy this. Same here, and same here. This is CHR. Now I need another relevant file for the game to load it. I need the sound files. So in this case, I'm going to sound, SE, CHR, archive, and I'm going to look for the English file. If I'm not wrong, is the 01. You see the Capcom characters have 00 and 01 because they have Japanese and English dub. But if you go to the Marvel characters, they only have 01, which are the English files. So I'm going to take the English files because if I'm not wrong, there's something with Clone Engine that loads specifically the English voice files, I think. So for this, I'm going to take only, I'm not going to take the map, only directly this one, this 01. And in this case, let's take this route. Create a new folder, sound. SE. CHR. Archive. And in this case, I'm going to name it directly with the name of the character that I'm going to do. As you can see, all of the other clone characters have their own file with that name. So let's call it Hideo. Okay, we have CHR and sound files. And if I'm not wrong, I also need the UI file. So let's get to that. We go back to native PCX64 and get to UI. And for this, I'm going to CHS B1P. Okay, I'm going to need these two folders. So this is UI, CHS, CHS underscore B1P. Okay, I can copy that. Does anyone know the shortcut to create a folder? I always right click and create a new one. But if you know, please let me know. Okay, here we're going to add some texture files. In this case, the N is for the name and the B is for the body, which is the silhouette that you see in the character select screen. See, Anna Wisher. So I'm going to copy this to the N file, to the N folder. And in this case, I'm borrowing the 8 ball. You'll see what will happen. But for now, it will be Hideo. And then I'm going to copy the body. Oh yeah, because the 8 ball was a previous one. Okay, don't worry. You can copy anyone from here and paste it here. You change the name and keep the other words here. It needs to be 255. Just take that on account. All right, cool. Now that we have our character clone, we need to start modifying the files. Because by now, if we open it, you will see that most of the references are still Akumas. So let me get into Hideo. I'm going to use 3 work tools, is the main tool that we use. And I'm going to open the scheme file, for example. Remember, scheme files, common files, and param are what are the files that create the character. And then we have the sound and the UI. So in this case, I have Hideo, that's fine. But if you see here, we have Goki name. We have to change the names here, not everything, because if you see, we have it here also for the textures. But since I want to replace most things, you will see that some of them will change. So let's do that. In this case, just to save me some time, I'm going to use the tool here, find and replace in all file names. I think there's a tool by now that it helps you to create a clone character. But I think this is a good way for you to understand what's here in these files, and it can help you to solve some issues that you may find later by saying, hey, I've seen this before. It may be in this file, so I can search for it. Okay, so let's replace names. I'm going to replace Goki with Hideo. There you go. As you can see, it replaced all of the file with that name. Just be aware that there are some hidden references out there that you need to check. So in this case, it replaced the text files, texture files. We will talk about them later. Here, you will need to check for the model files also. Before, as you can see, we have textures here. And here, it will reference to which files it will be using. So if we open it, you will see, oh, it still says Goki. I need to change that. So let's just replace. Thank God it does this. And of course, thank Joshi, because I believe he's the one that did this tool. So I'm going to find Goki and replace with Hideo. We click replace, and there you go. Just again, check that this is the reference, the main folder, but this is the texture name. If it's okay with it, then go on. Try to check every file. If you don't know what you're doing, you can check most of these folders, check if there are other references. Bones, no. I don't think there's anything here that you need to check. But just give it a look. For example, here in common, you will see Goki also. These are just references for these files. Hey, Novemberman. So, but in any case, for now we are just trying to change the names to have our clone ready. So I can do the same. Just right click, replace text, and we have Goki, Hideo. That's good. Then we have the EFT path list. In this file, we don't have anything here, so don't worry. We have another Goki here. We need to replace it. And we have the EFL file. Most of the EFL files have these references, so try to check them. And again, replace the reference. In this case, it's Goki. Again, Hideo. That works. These are okay. If you can't see it, just increase the window size and you will see the images. Don't worry about this, we will talk about it later. But there you go. Thankfully, this file is very short. It doesn't have many things. So I believe this one is done. So I'm just going to save it. And let's open the next one. Let's go to Hideo CMN, or common. In the previous file, we had every file related to the main skin, the character model, the textures, the normals, and things that are loaded for that particular skin. In the common file, we have everything that will be loaded whenever you select that character. It won't matter which skin you are using. So, as you can see, we have a lot of things here. We have many more stuff here. So, let's go into it. Again, we have Go key reference here. Let's just replace everything. Just have to type it again. Go key Hideo. And well, we have a lot of EFL files. EFL files are effects. So, well, we'll have to do it manually again. Change everything here. We need to verify. We need to be sure that it doesn't have a reference again for Goki because it's looking for this particular folder. Oh, of course we can do this again. Okay, we have some references here in 10. Let's go to 11, 12, I think this is the most tedious part. That's why I advise you to check if there are, I think there's a tool, right, Novemberman, that does this automatically. I'm not sure. But this way you understand that these files have those references. And if something happens, then you know where to look. Just changing the references. Okay, this is fine. Now we need to check. Whenever you see this mod folder, it means models. So we have the mod file and the MRL, which are the materials with the texture references. So you need to check those. In this case, the 003 doesn't have anything, but the 01 has one. So I need to replace that. This is an animation file. Don't worry about it for now. In this case, that we have a gem file. I'll be explaining that later, but this is important. We need to check it. So we have Go key. Change it for Hideo. Motion. These files have all of the animation files. So don't worry about it. They don't have any reference for now, so we can leave it like that. You have Hideo here. This seems fine. And I'm going to keep the sound files for now, or no, let's do something different. Because sound files have their own references for the character. So we will see later that whenever we want to add a new character, let's see, we go into characters.ini, and here you will see that the character has a base character. In this case, I'm using Akuma, the character ID that is your actual character. In my case, is Hideo. And then we have the sound ID. You can create your own sound ID files for your character, or you can use some of the actual ones. That will depend on you. I don't think this creates any conflict. For example, when I did Bad Box Art Mega Man with Nolan, we decided to go with the sound ID of Thor. We didn't move anything by then. But maybe in the future, I will need to create that. Also, are you using Go key only as an example? Yes, this is only for the example. I will explain later what will happen. So in my case, yeah, let's do this. Just let me see. To not make it a conflict. Oh, okay. I use HID for my example. So in my case for the sound, I'm going to keep Hideo, but as you can see, all these files have Go. I mean, I don't really have to change that, but let's do it. Let's just keep it like that. So just let me check that there's no conflict here, because I'm going to replace the Go with HDI or HID maybe. Yeah, it seems that there are no conflicts. So what I'm going to do is Go, I want to hit as Hideo. Also, let me check. There's an existing one. No, sorry, that should be on event folder. Don't worry about this part. I'm just checking something. There's hip. Okay, there's no hit. Because I will need a folder for that, for the event files, which are the intro and outro voice files. Okay, so I changed that. Let me just replace them. Go underscore with HID underscore. That should change the name of these ones. Good. But the problem with these sound files is that I need to modify also the references here in these two files, which contains the list of all these and how are they using and how are they going to be used by doing the references, if they have volume and other stuff. So what's relevant for us by now is that we need to change the references here, but we cannot do it. We cannot do that in 3work tools for now. So what I'm going to do is just export this file and this file. Oh. There you go. And we're going to start with the hex stuff, because we're going to use a lot of hex stuff, hexadecimal. So for this, I have this application, HXD, that will help me to check this file. In this case, the SBKR. Don't be alarmed. It looks intimidating, but they are just numbers. And thanks to this, we can see what they mean. And I'll be explaining that later. But for now, what I need is to change again the references. In this case, I'm going to change go key and go underscore. So I'm going to use edit. Is it edit? No, in search or Control R. And I'm going to search for, just to be sure, in this case it's reverse slash, where is it? I can see go key. And I'm going to change it for Hideo. Here comes something. If you are new to this, I will advise you to name your character with the same length of characters from the other character name. So again, in this case, go key has 5 letters, G-O-U-K-I. And Hideo, thankfully, has the same number of letters. But what will happen if I do this? Let me replace everything. It will warn me that the file size would change, and it may create some conflict, and you'll get a little bit of a mess, and you'll have to modify some other things. You will need to learn some stuff about this. So if you're not very sure of how to do this, how to manage these files, just do it the other way. Keep it the same length. Okay, and just replace it. You will see I'm not warned about it, and this was fine. Good. Then I need to change the go, because if you remember, I have it right now as hit. So let's Control R. In this case, I'm just going to keep that. Go underscore with hit underscore. And replace everything. And there you go. I'll save it. And I'm going to do the same with the srqr. In this file, there should be only one reference, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. It's at the end. So let's just do the same. Let me replace everything. There's just one. And instead of Goki, I can replace it, but I'm going to type it Hideo and save it. There you go. Yeah, as November Man said, the audio files are the only ones that are weirdly work if the size is changed from it. Okay. So let's just replace what we did. There you go, replace. And this file should be okay. Yes, this is the most tedious part, I must say. I'm just going to delete everything for now. And let's go to the next one, which will be the param file. Here we will have the commands for the character to work. So here we don't worry about it for now. We just need to change the references. In this case, Goki, just find and replace again, Goki, Hideo. There was just that one. But the thing with this one is that you need to check also for the shot folder. These SHT files, we're going to go through them later, but they contain references for our character. So we need to export it. What I like to do is whenever I have a character, whenever I start working with a character, I like to export everything inside my folder, here for example. And you will see that now it created a folder with the name of my file. In this case is Hideo_param. CHR, Hideo. It's pretty much the same as we had on the other ones, but here we have everything exported. So yes, the most tedious are these ones. We can do the same. We can select the SHT files and add it to our hex editor. In this case, I have HXD. You will see that they contain here a reference. We have to change it manually. But for this, we're going to start learning another tool. So instead of this one, I'm going to use this. No, not this one, sorry. The standard editor. Again, all of these tools are available in the modding Discord group. So standard editor allows us to work with some of these files. Let me drink some water, sorry. Okay. So this is easier for me to work with SHT files because we can just open a file. Let's go for it. Hideo, param, thr, shot. And we can search only for the SHT files. As you can see, we have the reference here. So I can just Hideo. You want to change the reference here. These files are for the projectiles. You will touch them later. So I'm just going to save it. Save. And let's open the next one. So this was the first one. We have next one, Goki, Hideo. Oh. So it was with the S. Let's see, W. Hideo. Okay, this is W. Jump Mesatsu. Jump Mesatsu Kohado. Mesatsu Kohado. Tenmago Sanko. This is San Hatokenem? Yeah. S. And W. Oh. Okay, good. We're done with them. So one thing that we can do now is just click, replace, find a file, and do it for every other file. But thankfully we have the replace all files here. We select the folder, we go to shot, we select them, and there you go. It automatically replaces all of my other files. Okay, and yes, as I saw here, we have to check mostly this shot list. As you can see, we also have go key here. We just replace, and there you go. Good. We have our main character files done. But still, we need the sound file. So one thing that I said before is that we changed some files there, but they were in the common file here. The characters in the common file, the sounds that they have are for the effects. The sound file for the character contains the voice lines. So let's get the sound for the file that I created. And here they are. If you see, they have the same structure. So let's do that again. Find replace, Koki Hideo. Go. Now I need to replace the go. Let me see just before here. Okay, entries. Okay, let's start with that. Find go underscore hit underscore replace. There you go. We have these files again. If you remember from the previous one, we need to check them. Just close this. I'm going to HXD. We need to replace the references. So again, replace. And instead of that, I'm going to do Go key. There you go, with Hideo. There you go. Nice. Everything's ready. Save and close. Next one. Replace. Underscore hit. Replace. Nice. As easy as that. Just replace the file that we just worked with. Replace. And there you go with the sound files. The voice lines. But if you see here, we have other references. This event folder is used for the intros and outros for our characters. I'm going to delete that. And for this, we need to check on the event folder. So let's start just renaming this stuff. Instead of Go, I'm just going to change it to HID. 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 And our references here, I'm not sure if I can do it directly. No, it does not allow me that. So I'm just going to replace. I'm just going to export it. Well, first of all, I'm going to save it. Then I'm going to export it. And I'll have to do the same treatment. Yeah, here you go. So I need to. Thankfully here, there's just Go. Go. There's the same. So I'm just going to Go HID. Be careful whenever you replace something. If you're sure that it matches what you're trying, then that's okay. In my case, for this, it works pretty well. So let's close that. Let's rename it. This is a back file, don't worry. The HXD creates that as a backup file, so I don't need it. Just going to replace this file with the one I did. Then you go. There you go. HID with the references that we need. So again, where are these ones? Sound, but I need to copy the event folder and for the character that I had. In my case, it was Goki, so I need to check for, again, native PC x64 sound event. Here you go. So let's start creating that one. Sound, new folder, event. And here I will add my Go. It's this one. I'm going to copy it, paste it here, rename it as HID. Source is okay, because you can see HID source. And we have all these files. We need to replace the names here. So you can do it manually. Go HID. Go HID. There are tools that helps us to change names for that. I use Power Tools. You can use any other way, but I have that way. So if you want, you can download it. So let's select everything here. Right click and change name with Power Rename. Okay, let's change the Go. Here you can see where it's changing it to HID. There you go. It will do the work quickly. Nice. And there we have it. Wait. Okay. Cool. I think with this is enough for me to, let me just delete this, to check my character. So again, CHR has the main character files, scheme file, common files, and instructions, or parameters, if you want to call it like that. Sound has the SE, which are the voice files, voice lines, and the intros and outros. And then the UI. You have CHS for the name and the body shown. You will check. You will see right now that I added. Okay, I have all my files. Let's just copy them. Control C. I'll get into native PCX. You see CHR, sound, and UI. I'm going to paste it here. Uh-oh. Okay, no problem. And that should be enough. But right now, what I need to do is to add the character to the roster. So Clone Engine works with a characters.ini file. Here is where you're going to add your character. If you open it, you can open it with Notepad, I think it's called in English. And you will see all of the character names here. So let's just add him at the end. This has a specific way to name it. I need to add the placement. In this case is the next one, 92. The name is Hideo. Base character is Gouki because it's the name that was in the files. Because remember, Akuma has an English name which is Akuma, and the Japanese one which is Gouki. The sound ID, it will be Go, but since I changed it, it will be HID. And the number of colors, for now I have 1. So don't add more because you're going to crash it whenever you try to select the next one. So let's play safe for now. Okay, so let's save it. Yeah, my Windows is in Spanish, so just try to follow it. And let's play it. Let me just add some volume to this. Let's go to training. Okay, so we have, these are the latest ones that I've been working with. This is with Yoshi. And there you go. If you see, it says 8-ball because the end file that I copied, let me get to Hideo, UI, CHS. These files, the end file, I copied from 8-ball. That's why it says 8-ball. And the body I copied from Asura. Yes, you will need 2 colors to test it, but I'm going to go there later. I like to start creating the base and playing my character because that's the way I feel my character, and it motivates me to continue with it. And then I create another color just to fight against him. But yeah, it's necessary to have 2 colors because if not, the game will crash. So where I was, yeah. Let's see what happens. Try not to mash it here because that happens to me a lot. I get anxious and just going to play the character, and I press it. I press enter 2 times, and the game just closes because you may get an error there. But if you mash your enter, it will just close the message. So in this case, let me just press it once. There you go. Mesatsu go hado anim. We have an error here. For the name, I know that is inside a shot file. And that is because some shot files not only reference the character, but also reference all other files. Like, for example, Hideo uses a model. He uses also animation for that projectile. Some projectiles they don't require it, but we will see that later. So for now, it's a good thing that I didn't mash. So should be here. Let me just keep it here and check. Should be in the param file. Let me open. Oh, oops. Now, instead of using the files here, that will depend on you. If you want to do backups or everything, that's fine. I'm just going to work directly with the files that I created and that are inside of the game folder. So in my case, I know that the shot files, in this case the Mesatsu go hado, is in the param. Oh, let me just close it then. And Mesatsu go hado. If you see, it has here an anim file, which has some commands for the projectile. So if I'm not wrong, there should be a reference here. So let me export it. Okay. Just to check what happened here. If you remember, I used the standard editor to modify the reference here, but it seems it has another one. So if we go down here in the first part, we may find some weird numbers here. Because I know it, I work with these files, I know what's happening. But don't worry about this. This just shows that there's another reference. You see the nm string, it's just looking for this file. And these numbers are translated into the reference, the path. So I'm going to open it with my HXT. And here, yeah, as you can see, we have another path. So let's just change it. Hideo. Close it. Let me just close all this. I don't need this. And replace it. Save it. Let's put it up again. Marble. So he was here. Okay. What happened? Didn't I save it? Satsuko Hado. That's fine then. Hideo Kojima, yep. Good bots. What can it be? Where do we have it? Maybe the Jome Satsuko Hado? Yeah. Hideo. Not yet, Young Legend. We're getting there. I think I forgot something. This is a sound. Okay. So param's fine. Let me search if it's in the common. It should not be here. But just let me check. I'm gonna search it. No, there's nothing here. No, there's nothing here. Let me check the sound files. Sound. Let's search for Hideo Kojima. I think I forgot to update one because I saw one down there in my desktop. Yeah, we have one here. To go. Okay, let's just replace go because I don't think there's another one. Let's try that. To go to hey. Okay, good. And should be fine. I don't remember which one I did. It was the SBKR. So the first one. That's why I say that it's better for a learner that you start replacing everything from a folder to understand, oh, this was somewhere, I know it. But here you go. We have our clone ready. As you can see, it has no assist, don't worry about it. They work, but they don't have the names. We'll get there later. But yeah, the silhouette is the file that I show you that I took from Asura, and the name is from 8ball. We're going to change that later. So let me just click that, and just to show you that this works, I'm going to select Akuma, Ryu, another Akuma, another Ryu, course, Shumita. The classic. Yeah, you have our clone. Everything seems to work fine. Let's see the supers. Is it back? Ah, there you go. We have the Shoryuken. And everything's fine for now. So yay, we have our clone ready. We are ready to edit this character. But for this, just let me show you something. I'm going to wait. Let me search for the okay. If you don't know the character, it's this one. Let me just mute this. So this is Hideo. As you can see, he has a specific pose as an idol. Let me just push this a little bit. It works with a projectile. It has some basic combos. So about this character, as you can see, it has also a more horizontal dive kick. The thing with this character is that, and mostly with Rival Schools characters, or Project Justice if you're not that old, is that most of them share animations, except for some specials. As you can see, he has a Tatsu, has a Shoryuken. Shinku Hadouken, and stuff. But what I was saying is that these characters, they have, or they share most of the animations. So that allows me to be a little bit more creative and use other animations to make him more distinct, more special, I will say. That will depend on you. Because by now, for our purposes, the movement of my character kind of works. Because we have the Hadouken, Tatsumaki, and Shoryuken. And Hideo also has a downward projectile. I could just replace the skin, the model, and it will work, but that will be just another skin for Akuma. What I want is to create a new character. Okay, so we have him ready. However, just let me check because I need to download again some stuff. For my purposes, I'm not going to use this clone. I'm not going to use Akuma clone because I want my character to do something more that Akuma cannot handle by now. you will find that some characters can do some stuff that other don't. Not because they don't have the commands in the files, but because the base character is not allowed to do some stuff. Like we call it, it's hard-coded. In my case, since I'm going to use something specific from a character, I'm going to use a clone of that one. So that will be Doctor Strange. And you will see what will happen. So let me just re-download this. Let me close everything. And I'm going to take this out. Thanks to Novemberman for doing this clone, and Nolan for doing the model that you're going to see. So let me extract it. Let me copy everything here. Yep. Archive, I'm going to add the scheme file, and I'm going to add the common file. Also, again, since this is based in Doctor Strange, you will see, oh, this is spoiler, that I'm going to use base as Doctor Strange, and Novemberman did it different. So I used sound ID as HID, he used HDO. Which sounds cool, like Hideo, for example. So I'm just going to replace this. I'm going to add 92. And for my child, we're going to talk about it later. I'm going to add 93. Let's see if this works. Where is my thing? Hey, nice. Hi, everyone there. Please thank Nice for the clone engine because he made it possible. It's nice, right? Because I always get confused. Okay, as you can see, we have the base, the clone character is from Doctor Strange. So I'm going to press enter once, seems fine. Let's just run them all. Of course, Shumita, run them all. Cool. There you go. We have our teacher there. But as you can see, he's over Doctor Strange. Let me just add some volume here. Yeah, I can't do loops in my keyboard for now. But okay, we have our clone here. One thing, I already have my model added thanks to Nolan. I'm not going to explain that because there's already a video for that. Please check it. It's on, I think it's, tell me if I say it wrong. Seno's channel, which you can find in, again, here in modding channel. We have the video tutorials here. Just try to find it. I think it's this one. Okay, here it is, the model importer tutorial. Please, if you want to create your own model, follow this one, and you will get your model to your character. So thinking that we already have our clone and our model, we can start working with him. Again, I'm not going to explain everything. I'm just going to explain what I do at the moment. So for that, I'm going to create one normal, one special, and one hyper. So, but first, I don't like the idle. Of course, we need to make it more unique. It's pronounced Sino. This is Shino. Okay. So let's start working with different things now. We have all our clone ready. So what do I need now? I need a new idle. And for that, I'm going to work with a new animation. I mean, I could use just Ryu's idle. Let me show you how to do it, because that's the easy way. I'm going to open Ryu common file. Remember, if you don't know which one is that, sorry. You can get into modding notes and search for the character ID. I know that it's going to be number 1. So let's get into that. Let me open, sorry, I opened the scheme file. Remember, it should say CMN. So 001 CMN, it's in native PC CHR archive. Okay, I need to find the animation files. So what I'm going to do is just replace the file with animation with my other character. So let me open it directly. Archive Hideo. Okay. I know that it's not in effect folder, it's in motion folder. And I'm going to explain this later, but for now, we have 3 groups. The LMT file, which are these ones. The 01 has the common movement and get hit animations. We will find later that some of these entries or files here are empty because they are shared with a common LMT file that exists for every character. But for those specifics for the character, for example, the 0, 1, 2, 0 is the idle, 1 is walking forward, 2 is walking back, 3, 4, and 5 are for dash forward, 6, 7, 8 are for dash back, and so on. So for these ones specifically, they exist or they have information for my character. So what I'm going to do is just get into motion. I'm not going to copy everything, or you know what? Just to remove this every movement from, let me just get in again. Because the LMT0 contains the movement, the main movement or the common movement of my character. In my case, for Hideo, it has the weird, strange movement and floating stuff. So yeah, as you can see, when he walks forward, this is walk backward, dash, you jump, remember his hands, all his mannerisms. Let's see what happens if I just replace this LMT0 with Ryu's LMT0. I'm just going to export this one, and I'm going to add or replace, sorry, with this one. Don't worry about the name. It will automatically, or we'll just keep the actual name of the file. I'm going to save it. And thankfully, there's already a script that allows us to refresh the game whenever I press continue in training mode. If not, you will have to just go back to character screen, select again your characters, and you will see then the changes. But if you download that script, you can just go on pause, continue, and it will reload. This is the intro, don't worry about it. But look at him now. Don't worry about the freeze. We're going to talk about it right now. But if you see, we have, now he moves like Ryu. His attacks are the same because they are in the LMT1. But the 0 contains the basic motions of the character. Look at the jump, it's now different. Later, I'll be changing them. Maybe not everything, but some stuff, just to make him more distinct than just being a Ryu clone. But for now, this works. Kinda, because if you see, my character freezes, and then he goes into T-pose. Why? Because Doctor Strange has a specific idle animation. Let me show you. Where he floats and crosses his arms. So think about, this is the main animation, and then at some point it goes into this one and loops it. So let's start working with this. Let's just change the idle. Okay. Let me just have a quick break for the bathroom. I'll be back. Okay, so let's work with the idle. The quickest way is just to take what Rio has for the idle and work with it. So where is this thing? So let me just silence this one. And then we're going to start working with the param files. I'll recommend you that if you're going to work with another character param, or yeah, pretty much with the param file, export everything, not just, for example, the anim chart, because it is made. The tool checks if there are other files for this that are related to this main file, and it will name them accordingly to what it does. So just to show you, I'm going to export this one, the anim chr, because here are all of the commands that we need. For this, I'm going to use the anim char editor. I'm going to open this one. This is the one that I just added. And here you'll get your warning. The CMD path file used for this match label is missing or could not be found. We'll get there. But here you will see, okay, also the ATI. It has the basic ones. We have idle stance, walk forward, walk backward. But mostly everything else is unknown. We have some other basic ones, alpha cis, beta, gamma. We have unknown, and so on. So you may get lost. But instead, what happens if I have the files that it's asking me for? So let me get into my cast folder. Here I add everything that I need. In my case, I need Rio. I'm going to search for the param file and the anim char. Here, since I have the files alongside this one, you will see that I have now shot ground with the motion added. In this case, I know that the 236L, if you know the anime notation for fighting games, this means quarter circle forward or Hadoken motion. And it's grounded. And it's using a shot, which means it has a projectile. So this is telling me that it's the playing Hadoken in the ground. We have also the grounded 214, which is quarter circle back with L. I know it's Tatsumaki. And it has the ATI reference, a clear reference. We're going to talk about that later. But I know that this has a hitbox, one or many, I don't know. And it's an attack, and it's quarter circle back. I know that's Tatsumaki. So this way it helps me to understand what I'm working with. Okay, so let's get going with the first part. Just going to delete everything here again. I like to have my desktop clean. So let's start with the 0, which is the idle. If we compare it, let me open, this is Ryu, let me open Hideo. This is where I start exporting everything, because I'm going to work with the character a lot. So I'm going to create a Hideo folder, I already have it, and I'm going to add here everything that I export. So let me just open and open here. There you go. Let's see what happened. What's happening here? You're going to work a lot with hexadecimal files. Numbers. Don't get timid. Don't be scared about it. They are just numbers, and you can think of the instructions as I want to do this with this tag or with this flag. This flag has this number. Okay, so I'm going to just add that number there, and it will do what I want, because that's how it is programmed. That's how it is coded. So let me just start with these common commands. This is the entry, idle stance. And inside this box, we have, this box is for the entries, this box is for the frame data. And this, here we have the commands inside that frame. In this case, I have it on -01, which will be before, you can think of it as before the animation starts or the action starts. You see we have a ground stop physics. Don't worry about this. You will start making a relation with all of these numbers and all of the commands naturally, because you will be searching for them in the modeling nodes. So let me just explain one by one what they do. In this case, how do I know what this is? This is already tagged, but let's search for it. We have here a code on the right that says 1_A2. We can search for it in the modeling nodes. Here in our spreadsheet, we have the unmchar commands. There are a lot of numbers here, but don't worry. You will see how do we manage it. So we have 1A2. We can Control F to find 1_A2. We have the node for it. You have it here, you'll see. Grounds of physics, this is the structure, the numbers that it uses, what it does, and an example. So in my case, as you can see, I don't need to modify anything. It just stops the movement. So we're going to leave it at autocorrect character, 1B9. Autocorrect or rotate character relative to site. So what this one will do is that when this command, when this entry activates the idle stance, the character will face to the other side. That's everything it says. As you can see, it has, it seems that you can modify it here. We can change the Z rotation, but we commonly leave it like that. Don't worry about those. This will happen a lot with a lot of actions that you will face or you will encounter. There are some things that you won't be modifying. You're just going to leave it like that because that's the way it works. But it's important that that the more that you work with a character, the more you feel comfortable using those things or leaving them, not using them, not modifying them. Okay? So for my idle stance, I have other things here. This check for the dead character, place the animation. This is the main one that we're looking for. Blend animation, ragdoll chain physics. Let's not worry for now. So the easiest way to create a modded character, if there are things that are already working in the game, well, just copy them and make them work. We can be more specific on the moves later. Like for example, this is the reuse idle. As you can see, it doesn't do much. However, if you see here in the one that I have is the Doctor Strange idle, that if you remember, it changes poses. So it freezes because the animation only has 60 frames before it loops, and then the animation changes. It changed into this pose because there's no animation for that reference for now. So I don't, as you can see, at frame 300, it's going to play another animation. And if you see, I just used Ryo's idle. Ryo's idle only has 60 frames. That means that at frame 61, it's going to freeze. We cannot count it here, but you understand it. And then at frame 300, it's going to change to the other animation. And then it's going to loop using this command. Go to frame, this one. Don't worry about this. I'm going to explain it later. So how do we fix it? We can use this one, just export it. This is the easiest way. And here I'm just going to import it. Remember, idle numbers are shared, so it will play the animation 0 from LMT 0, and the index will be 0. If you remember on our common file, I just changed the animation 0, the file 0. So this should work. It's the same animation, it's the same information. I'm just going to save it. And I'm going to replace it here. Where do I have it? Hideo. This is the file that I have for it. Save it. And I need to reload my character. So thanks to the script, I can do it like this. And there you go. Thanks to that instruction, it's using the same animation, but it's looping at the 60th frame. Yeah, because we have a command that says, hey, go back to, we don't know how to use it. Okay, let's say 0 underscore 1C. 0 underscore 1C. Here, I think it's pretty obvious. It just says, that's why it doesn't have any note. But what it will do is just take you again to a specific frame. In this case, it's taking me to frame 0. So at this point, it just says, go back to 0. And it loops. So this feels fine. I mean, it's a clone. It's a real clone. But let's start working with animations. Yeah, I'm going to add in the description where to get all of this stuff. So next part. It's okay if we have this idle animation, which is from Ryu, but I want him to be distinct. And if you remember, let me search for it. Let's see, his idle is more like this. So let's do something like that. One way to do it is to take another character that looks like that. I mean, you can, I don't know which character could look like that. Maybe because AC Viper, I will modify it. Nova has his arm raised, and I don't think there's a closer one. Well, we can check. Kinda. But let's do a quick work with the animation. So how do I work with the animation? Well, first of all, I need to export my model. If you already work with your model, you may already have it. But let's make it ready to work with in my case, in Blender. So what I'm going to do is to get, first of all, I'm going to close this. This is Hideo's Ryu. Hawkeye maybe. That looks good. Yeah, that could be. Oh, Ghost Rider too. Iron Fist, kinda. Yeah, we will see if we get there to work with the glasses. Kinda. This is more, maybe this is closer. Yeah, let's go with Hawkeye and do a quick modification for it. So let's search for Hawkeye's animation. I know that Hawkeye is 49, but let's search for it. Let's go step by step. So game ID, or you can check here in the FL, in the anim, you see the names are here. I know you can search for it, but I know that Hawkeye is, oh, okay, it's 50, because 51 was Galactus, yeah. So let me just archive again. Let's search for 0050, and the animation is in the CMN. Okay. So instead of just replacing this file, I'm going to extract the animation from it. So thanks to Yoshi, we can do that by right-clicking and extract animation keyframes. We are going to get a YML file. In this case, I'm going to save it into Hideo. Let's call it keyframes. Let's call it 00 because it's LMT 0, animation 0, idle. And I need my model. So I'm going to open, I don't need this. Open archive Hideo. Export, and I'm going to export it here. And again, everything is here in resources. You can find most things. So here you're going to get, from here, you're going to get the 3ds Max plugin. You will need 3ds Max, of course. You can get it, you know where. Let me just wait until it opens. Okay, there you go. So once that you download your script, I think there's a tutorial also for this. But if you already work with your model, you already know how to work with this. So let's just open it. I can open it from here, but I don't remember. Okay, scripting. Run script. To desktop. I have it. I don't remember. I think it was here. GitHub? No. It was Python, MTO. No. Models. MTMax. Was it this one? Oh, it is. Okay, it's been a while since I opened this, because once that you open this plugin, you can just come here, it will appear here, MTMax, and open plugin. Here, you will get this window where you can just import your model. Let me just search for the one that I need. It'll be quicker this way. Hideo. I know that my model is in has been modified. No. CHR, Hideo, model, 1P. Check that you don't have metadata. There you go. I have my model ready to work with. But I work with it in Blender because in Blender we have the plugin to export the animations, to import and export. So what I'm going to do for that, because whenever you import this model, you will need to add a joint that is not here. So I need the 255. How do I add it? I just right click joint one, clone, copy, and create a new joint, 55. And then I take the joint one and everything there to be as child of the 55. There you go. Now, what I need is to export this as FBX. So in my case, I'm going to go for Hideo. I'm going to save it here, outside, no, inside. Let's just save it inside. Going with Hideo FBX. Just save it. Say OK. No, total graphic support. Local. This is new. Let's see if it works. If not, I'll have to ask my model creators. So, okay. Now I have my FBX. No, just let me check if that's true. There you go, FBX. Now let's open Blender. Oops. I'm going to delete everything on the scene. And I'm going to import my FBX. No, it already knows Hideo, give an FBX. Okay, there you go. You have our FBX ready. I like to go to Animation tab. I'm going to prepare my scene for it to get the character looking like it's in the game. I'm going to check this. That the gizmo, yes, -X. I'm going to add this, but enable background, but remove the bones. I'm going to enable auto keyframe, auto keying. I want to, no, I don't want post mode. I want my bones to be shown in front. Okay. I want it to be rendered at 60 frames. I want to have my tools. You can press T for that. What else? What else? I think that's it for my workspace. Okay, let me just save it. Para animar Hideo. This means to animate. Okay, there you go. Again, if you are already in the Discord server, there's already a tutorial to add a plugin. For that, you just download it and add it here. If you don't know how to use Blender, just download the plugin, get into preferences, add-ons, and you will see search here for the one that you need. Model importer, no, animation YML importer, and enable it. So once that you have that, we can import a new animation. So I don't think you need to select the bones since I'm already in the pose mode. But let me just import YML and import my idle. Let's see if this works. There you go. And it's looped. Well, it's looped because here it's ending at the correct frame. Okay. So let's make it more accurate. If you really want to go all the way for it, you can animate the required frames. But for this exercise, I'm just going to modify the ones that I want to get close to the animation. Now, what are these bones? These bones, or these things, which we call bones, are the ones that move the model. So for example, if I select the 5, which I know is the upper torso, I can put it here, move it like that. And since I already have auto keying, you will see it will look weird. It will do this. So I need to be careful with what I move and know what I need to move. And to know that, there's also a web page for that we have, which is this one, the generic bone list. As you can see, we have 1 is root, 2 is pelvis, 3 is spine, 4, 5 spine, and so on. You'll get used to it. You don't really need to know everything here. But the most common ones used are the 1, 3, 4, 5, most of the time. So as I said, I need my upper spine, which is 5. And one trick that I do for animation is that I delete most of the keyframes here and just adapt my character. Now he looks more straight. But of course I'm losing some needed keyframes that they were there, but it looks fine by now. And it's closer to this one. I could also just move it a little bit to the... But instead of that, I'm going to move the root. Let me see what happens. What happens if I delete this? Oh, look what's happening. I'm not going to mess with that for now. Let me just rotate it a bit on 2. Yes, this works for me. Now I need to move the arm. So let's move the right one. Let's lift it up. So I know that is 8. Right is 8 or is 12? Let me see. No. 8 is L. 12 is R. Okay, I'm going to search for 12. $13, $14. Let me just remove these ones. Let's just rotate. Remember, joints are meant to be rotated. There are some that sometimes that you're going to need to move them. This is moving them. But see what happens. And of course, some joints are not meant to be rotated also because of how the human dynamics work. But for me, or for this purpose, it seems fine. And we are not messing with the shoulders, as you can see. Yeah, we will see later. I'm not going to use this idle for now. This is just for this exercise. I'll be changing a lot of things later in the polish section. Okay, so also look at this guy. I mean, he's an old-centered man, and he's just breathing there. He's focused. So that's why I think I'm going to increase to scale the time in my idle just to make it more slow. Okay, next one is the arm, the left arm. And I think this will require to move this. Let me just try that. We're kind of there. Also remember that for gameplay purposes, we don't really want to enlarge the, or maybe you want it, I don't know. But if we take the arm forward, he is vulnerable to be hit more than a normal character. So take that on account whenever you are doing something. So instead of just, and for the camera, instead of just doing this, because I'm adding more space here to be hit. I'm gonna maybe make it a bit more close to his body. And I think I need to move the wrist. Yeah, it's kind of limited, at least in the animations, because as I said before, most of them are shared. I mean, strong kick, jabs, and such. Most of the characters have like 40% of the base attacks. So my joint is 11 because I know. If you don't know it, it's here. 11, wrist L. And just remove this. And seems okay. Let me see. I think I'm move the other arm a little bit out. I do not advise you to do this, but just for the teaching purposes is why I'm doing it. Well, there you go. Just a bit of a shake there, but it's okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, we have our idle. As I said, I want it to be a little bit slower. Let me see if I just, instead of 71, I create, I don't know, let me just select everything, press S to scale, and move it to 100, maybe, and it's slower. Of course, I need to move this to 100. Let me see what's happening, why there's this little bounce there. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like that. So now, what we need to do, let me just add this a bit more. Export and YML. Remember that we started with a YML. I'm going to end with a YML. And we need to loop the frame, the animation. So instead of -1, I'm going to keep it as 1. It's just a flag that says the animation is going to loop. Export. And we need to wait. There you go. Just let me see that I did it right. Okay, it's at 100. It's the same frame. Now, I'll replace my animation Let me get into Hideo. No, this is the scheme file. Archive Hideo. CMN. Okay, this is, remember, we need to get into motion, video 0, animation 0, import. In this case, remember, we're not replacing this file. We're going to import the information of the animation. Import the YML, keyframe 01, sorry, 00. Was it 00 or 01? 00, okay, that's good. And if I play it like this, remember that the one that we used has a 60 frame mark. So it may look funky. Let's see if it works. Yeah, as you can see, it jumps. So we need to modify the anim char. This case is 60. I'm going to take it to 100 because we have it here, 100 frames. Don't care about that. In this case, I don't think I'm going to need ragdoll chain physics. This works for Ryu for his belt, if I'm not wrong. And the below part of his gi is attire. So I'm just going to delete this. Everything else is used. So let's not worry about that. And I need to replace this in the param file. Let's replace it, Hideo. Save it, reload. There you go. You have our idle. And it automatically blends with the other. With his walk forward and walk backward. Of course, we will have to check those, but that will be for later. But at least the idle works a bit. But we have a new one. We're making our character unique. Okay, next step. I'm going to work with a normal, which is an attack. I have Doctor Strange attacks, so I want to change those. So for now, I'm going to work with another attack, but I'll need an animation that I don't have. Let me see, what can I do? I'm going to open a file that I have. Let me see. Okay. I have this file with Ryu beta from Street Fighter. With Ryu's animations from the beta that are not used in Street Fighter 5. I can change them, and I'm going to take advantage of that because they are not shown anywhere. So I'll be using, let's work with M attack. That will be, no, this is, I don't want that. No, I don't want that, but it looks cool. Should be kick. Yeah, this is the one I want. So let's see if I can make it work. It'll be up to you what animations do you want to work with. In this case, I asked for this file, and I had to ask for the exporter and everything else. So I think you can find it somewhere around there. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share it. But if not, you can work with what you have in game. So if you have a normal that looks like your characters, that, for example, Viper has, just take that animation, extract it, and adapt it, and then use it on your character. I'm going to work with this one. So let me see. I'm going to bake into action. There you go. I'm going to change rotation mode. And I'm going to export it. I think it's going to take some time, but let me see. Keyframes. The medium attack is on LMT1. The standing medium attack is the, wait, what happened? Okay. Is 1, and I'm going to call it standing M. I don't need it to be looped, so let's just keep like that. And wait for it. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Let me open again my Anime Hideo. Don't save this. I'm going to take the idle. I'm going to take the first frame. You will see why. I'm going to copy it, Control C, and import my 1-1 standing M. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it works. But it's a bit funky. I'll polish that later. But let's just use it. So as you can see, most of the animations for the attacks or anything that a character does, they start and end in the idle pose. So that's why I select my idle, the first frame. And here I replace it. Instead of 6 frames, I think 6 frames is a bit quick for this character. Okay, let me delete these ones because I think they are making the character bounce that weird. Let me increase this. Okay, this is the one that makes it look like that. Okay. There you go, this is more lucky. Okay. copy my first frame just to end the attack like that. I'm going to delete these two. To make the character autocomplete the animation. To make the software complete the animation. I think I'm going to do the same for the arms. I'm going to select every bone in the arm group. This is by selecting the first joint, which is the left arm, until the last one that I know is 172. So you'll see that if I delete this, it will auto-complete it. Is that a kick from rear? Yes, it is. But it's an unused animation from the beta of Street Fighter V. But I think it's used. Maybe not this animation, maybe a more polished one. And for this, I'm going to do the same for the right arm. To select every bone there. Just delete. And as you can see, it autocorrects the animation. Now the problem here is the leg. What can I do? Let me see. Leg bones. I need the feet. Maybe I can do something like this. Copy that frame. Something like this. Here I can start moving it. Okay, as you can see, the leg moves too much. I think because it did not create the required movement there. Let me see if I delete this, what happens. Ah, that looks better. But for this, you can adapt it like that. Let me just check how the feet moves. In this case, the foot. Let me see if I take it closer here. And yeah, I can use this for now. I'll polish it later. But for what we need to learn for now, this is let's see what's happening, because if I'm not wrong, is yeah, if you see, it starts here, then goes that way and moves to this place. That's a thing in the, it should be in the joint 1. But if we delete it, we will be in some trouble. Yeah, we will have to modify all of the animation. But for now, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to mess with IK for now. I'm just showing that we can add different animations. I think I'll have another video for that. Yeah, inverse kinematics will be better for this. But don't worry, we may get there. For now, yeah. Let's just have another attack. Okay, this works. Let me just... Oh, one important thing. Be careful with this joint. 255 is the one that allows you to move around the screen. I mean, the 1, 2, and 3 will do kind of the same, because if we move this joint, the character will move around. The same with this, the same with this. But when the animation ends in the game, you will be returned to your original pose, which will be here. Sorry, to your original position. But whenever you move the 255, if you do this, then in the screen it will advance. And instead of returning here, you will be sent forward at the end of the animation. So be careful with that. If you don't want your character to do something like that, to move in the action, just don't add keyframes in that ball. Or in my case, let's move in a bit. Let's show you what I'm talking about. And it will correct a bit, because if you see, the character moves forward. I'm just going to add a bit of movement here. And then it goes backward. So I don't want that. I want my character to move. Maybe not here, maybe here. Maybe here. Just to add a bit of movement. Let me see. Just a bit more. Let me see if I can. What if I do this? That kind of fix it. Not really. Let's move forward. Okay. Let me save it. Export. YML. Export. Okay. Again, for the character attacks, they are in the LMT1. So I know, because I work with it a lot of times, that the standing medium is going to be at 1. You can search for it. It's a really common thing. If you go to the animation chart file, you go below, you search here. Standing M. We'll search for the play animation. You will see here. We'll get here, don't worry. That I need, that it is in the LMT1 or in the group 1, if you want to think about it like that. In the slot 1. Okay, let's save it. I'm not going to move anything here. And reload my character. Hey, what happened? Did I save it correctly? Standing M. There you go. Sa. It kind of works. Karate kick. There you go. But we have other things that we need to take care of. So if you see, we have an effect there. And if I'm not wrong, the hitbox is not attached to his leg. Let me check. We have a hitbox viewer now, thanks to Eternal Yoshi. And thanks to Archer, we can pass frame by frame. Yes, if you see, this attack has detached hitboxes or hit spheres for this game. Because it's the same as Doctor Strange. It doesn't really work for my attack because I want my spheres in my leg. Yeah, we are working with Juggernaut. You not cite your Steam account? Yeah, whatever. Okay. So let's work with that. First of all, let's review our normal. So this is in standing M. The first thing you need to know about normals is the 1 to F. The ground or air state are added here. We select with these numbers. Again, you can search what 1 to F is for. Let me open this. (1_to_F). These numbers tell us what the action will be doing or are in which state is. So in this case, as you can see, it's 0, 1, which means you can check 0, 1 means it's standing. Then we have 0, 8. We have a 0 here, doesn't matter. 8 is an attack, and that's everything it is. Most of the standing attacks have that. Then we have crouching. If you see it's a 2, it means it's crouching, yeah. And jumping, you'll see that it changes here, which is 2, is airborne. So the common rule for attacks is that you just copy the -01 because it's the state that is commonly used for the attacks. The ground stop physics, if your attack, which commonly they stop the action, the movement. The rotate character, and this unknown one, which we don't really know. There are a lot of things that we don't really know what they are used for, but most of the time in in most actions they are used. As you can see in normals, it is there with the same value. And for specials, we have two of them, 0 and 5. So if you're going to work with it, leave it there. Don't worry about it. Now, from there on, you are going to need to modify most of the things there. So play animation. Play animation is easy. You're just going to mess with these two numbers, which are the group. We already talked about it. In this case, the LMT number. This is 0. In this case, an attack is going to be 1. And again, the standing M is using the 0, 1, which is this one. And yeah, some attacks have this number, which is the frames, or how many frames is going to blend and stuff. So, but don't worry about this. Just keep in mind these two numbers for now. We have a blend animation, just to blend, as its name says, the attack with whatever number you have here. If you don't want to use it, you can just delete it. I'm just going to delete it because. And the important thing, the hitbox reference. This works with other two files. In my case, well, in this case, they, as common attacks, they reference to common pointers. So you will see all of this, or mostly all of the standing Ls will use 1E and 1E, all the standing M, 1F, 1F. I'll get there. So just leave it like that for now. Facial change will change the face. Here, if you see, we have different groups in our model. If I'm not wrong, 75 are the face groups that are called whenever something happens. Let me see. No, that wasn't 74. Okay, there we go. 76. Yeah. As you can see, the model has the main body, and the face groups are called using that string. So in this case, we're changing the face of the character. So for that, as you can see, it changed, it opened the mouth, that will be the attack. This is related to the character model, because some models have different face groups and they are hard-coded, I think. But we'll get there again later. Just think about that. This will call for your face to change. In this case, it will call for my attack face. Then we have the play sound, which the thing that you need to know for now is that when you call a 5 here, you're calling for a voice line. And then this is the value that you're going to use. In this case, it's a 2, which means is the group of voice lines for the medium attacks. We'll talk about it later. Just this is a call for the voice line. We have a whiff attack sound effect. In this case, it's a 4, as you can see, play sound. But it uses a 4. This means it's using a common sound file. In this case is 401 is going to be this. This is the sound that it's using because it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so. It even says it here, hand swish, M. I don't want this, so I can remove it. Standard effect. This calls for the effect. Don't worry about it. I'm going to delete it because I don't want it. This blends the animation. I also don't want that. Okay. I don't want the blend animation because these blend animation things are added a lot for, in this case, for Doctor Strange, because of the floating thing, I think. So for my character, I don't want it now. So I just delete it. And the allow action. You need to check this one because grounding attacks or actions have this allow action like this. And for jumping, they use this 0-2, as you can see. The way to do it is this. Try to copy what's closer to what you want to do. So if you're going to work with normals, just copy the values of the normals and try to see if they work. And compare it to other ones. In my case, my action is about 41 frames. That will depend on the design of your character. We're going to also talk about design later. But for me, and what is commonly done, is to just add the allow action 1 frame before the action ends. So in this case, I want my time to be 40 and my total frames 41. And that's it. We're going to save this. We're going to replace an mchar, save it, and let's reload it. Yeah, as you can see, let me just turn up the volume. Yeah, I have the swish of the whiffing attack, but not the swish added artificially for the Doctor Strange. Is it me or his legs look long? Maybe because the belt is too open on his waist, I think. But yeah, this works, but still we have the issue of the heat spheres. If you don't sign into your Steam account, you will not be able to. This is because I think it's because I'm disconnected on Steam. I don't know if it's because I'm pressing F1 to do the frame jump. But yeah, I have my Steam account disconnected. So let's get into the next step. The collisions. And to get there, we're going to use standard editor. I'm going to open the file, get into Hideo param for what we extracted, and I'm going to open attack collision. This is the CLI file, CLI. I like to call it CLI. And remember, the references are here. So CLI or CLI or whatever you want to call it, is 1F. Being in a normal, the same number will be in the ATI, but we're going there. So to understand this is simple. Okay. We have the index, is the number where it is, the size, how many subchunks. This is a complete subchunk, this is another one. And each subchunk represents a hitbox or a hit sphere. So as I told you, they are detached. They are not related to the limbs. They are related to the position of the character, which for me is not good for my character. I want it to be only in my limbs. Look at Hagar's. They are attached to his wrist, I think, and his elbow. So let's do something like that. Yeah. Instead of detach, I'm going to write its left leg, left knee. I'm not going to move it. I'm just going to keep it in the position of the joint. And the left foot. That's right. If you write something that is not here, you will get an error. Let's say, for example, that. You get invalid data. Because what we're doing here is adding these numbers. If you see, you're modifying with the hex values. But thankfully, we can, they are, they have the relation with the names that they are added. So in this case, I was talking about left knee. Let me just do it and go there. If you want to search for them, you can go back. You can go down here and search what you need. Which left leg, left knee is 17. Let's see what happens if I press 17. It works. Hitboxes, hitbox radius. Do we have? Yeah, they are only 2. For a medium attack, 50, I think it's a little too big. I'm just going to set 40. The knee, I don't want it to be that big. 40 is okay. And I'm going to keep it the same here. The flags down here, don't worry about them. If you're following like a normal attack, they should be like that. That's enough. It can hear a character, it can hit a character, and we don't know what 01 does. But don't worry. As long as it can hit a character, that's fine. So let's save it. And here I'm going to replace my attack collision, save it, reload, continue, and let's see what happens now. There you go. If you see it moves because I moved the joint to 255. And there you go. We have our hitbox. I think it's a bit too big. Maybe not for the foot. Maybe the knee needs to be like 30. But that's how we work this. Let's 35 and 30. Let me just save it. And let's get into the next part, which is the attack values. It's in the ATI. I saved this, so I'm going to open the ATI, attack information. Okay, again, it's a normal, it's a common position. It should be the same one. 1F, 1F. So we search here on the left side. 1F. It also has its own name, standing medium. We have the startup keyframes. This is for multi-hit and other stuff that we're going to talk later. So let me just remove this. I don't want this. Let's take a look at my animation. So if I'm not wrong, I think my animation should start at frame 7. my hitbox, sorry. And a common attack has about 3 frames of duration of active frames, so I think that's fine. I just need to add 1 more frame. Being in a Shoto and with other stuff that I'm going to work with, I'm just going to increase the damage. Here you can search for it, damage. It's at 600. Remember, yeah. Attacks here are like 1 million, 1,000, things like that. For example, this does 53,000, which is, it was 530. I wanted to do 60, so instead of that, just going to do 60 and add 1 more 0. Think of it like that. And if it will, if I want it to be 100, then it will be like 1,000 and so on. But you'll get the hang of it. I don't want anything specific else for now. Launcher, special hyper cancel. I don't want specific jump or hitting data. This is fine. This is the spark effect. Foot swing is okay. And play a whiff. That's fine. Okay. That's everything I need to do right now. Don't worry about it. So let's save it. Attack information. Attack collision. Remember, I changed it. Save it. And there you go. Let's reload my character. And let's check. I press M. And there you go. I have 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Oh, well, because it was hitting. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. I mean, we are not importing from other games. We're just modifying the values of the existing one. So there you go. We have our attack ready. It doesn't have an effect, but that will be for the polish stage. But it's okay. It's fine for now. Okay, that's how you modify a normal attack. Now let's check for a special, which will be the Hadoken. And I'm going to be adding also the link for this backup so you can work with it. So let me just create my backup here. Oops, I think I'll need to create the folders. Let me see. Did I flush it? Yeah. Oops. Well, let me create it. Or let's do this. Let's do this. Move the trash. Move the trash. Let me para el mod. I don't know which one I have. Let's see, Hinata. Okay. While I wait, I'm going to select my Hideo files. Background music we don't have for now, so let's just remove it. Sound effect. We need to search for it. I think I need the event folder too, right? Sound. This will be HDO. I can just copy that. UI. I don't need that. Ending doesn't have anything. Okay. Hideo. There you go. And body. There you go. I'll be adding these in the description for the video, so you can follow along, or you want to check it. We will see. Okay, next one. Let's do a Hadoken. And for that, I'm going to use again my Ryu files. If I'm not wrong, I have one animation for that here. It was Hashogeki. Yeah, I don't think there's a Hashogeki in Street Fighter V. But this looks distinct enough from Marvel 3. So I'm going to use that one. Before I continue with this, I'm just going to timeline. Keep it at 100. Yeah, that's fine. And I need to pause rotation, change the rotation mode. That's fine. Export as. I don't know. Let me keyframe. If I'm not wrong, it ends in 6. So let's just do 1, 7. What's the name? Shioken. Let's see. Hideo move list. Say Haken. Okay, say Haken. Say Haken L. Hey Kevin. Good evening. Yes, you can do that, but you will require a child for it, and that's another topic we're going to talk about later, because this character will use a child. So this seems fine. I'm going back to my idle. Oh, sorry, open recent. Recent Hideo. Okay. I'm going to copy my idle pose. I'm going to open my say hacken attack. Ah, shit. It looks like ass. So what I'm going to do for this is just to decrease the time. Remove these values. That's fine. I think a Hadoken is about 60 frames. Let me check. "45 frames, okay, it should start at 10th, at 9, okay. Let me then shrink it a bit more. Even more. Did these two. Okay, this is fine. And was 45 frames. Okay. Just move this here. I don't know how that shit moves. Oh, but hey, that's good. Kinda. Uh-oh. Wait. Of course, because... Oops. Let me do this. This is going to be my reference. These animations are weird. Okay. Let me check this one. This should be the one. Just to have something to show. I'll polish it later. Okay, I see. Okay, I'll polish it later because it's pretty funky. But at least this motion is fine for me. Okay. I'm gonna save it, but before that, let me see if I can import again my idle. Okay. I need to check that leg, but later. Let me to say Hakenel. Okay. For me, I'm just going to replace this one at the animation. And since I want to work with, for now, directly with the Hadoken, I'm going to copy this one because I know it's the Hadoken L. This is from Ryu, so I'm just going to export this one. This to my desktop, and I'm going to replace it directly in one. Oh, look at that, we have the same in Hideo. Remember, these are the Doctor Strange commands. So, as for me, for now, I'm just going to replace it. Import shotgun. Okay. Here you go. We have the same values of Ryu, but of course, if I leave it as it is, it will not call a projectile, even if we have it here, because we don't have the files. The effects are going to be funky also. For example, this one uses 64D, which is 13, I think 13, yeah. But it's not the same value as what Ryu has. So let's see what happens, just to show you. Good night, Yoshi. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this. Escritorio, I have it in Hideo. And remember, I did not change the animation reference. So let's see, look at that. It's doing the correct animation, but look at the ground dust there, and the effect is not the one that I want. So this doesn't work. So let's start reviewing what do we have here. Remember, the action state in this case is grounded. Let's review it. It's 12, right? Yeah. It should be standing. Next one is special attack. 08 is attack. And we have a 4 out there that is a projectile attack, it seems, like a flag. So that's all it says. It stops the motion, the velocity of the character. It autocorrects. It has these 2 flags that we don't know what they are, so just keep them there. And then we have the animation. This case is looking for 32. Now it's important that you start working with the hex values. We have these, we use these pages. For example, I use these rapid tables that help me to check the values. In this case, it's looking for 32. If you check 32 hexadecimal to decimal, will be the value 50 in decimal. For example, I know that 12 value or C value, because you may already know that it goes from 0 to 15, then it goes to 10, 11, and so on. So, sorry, it goes to 0 to 9, and then to A, B, C, D, F, being F the 15. F is 15, and then 16 is 10. 17, 13, and so on. So for now it's looking for my action, my animation 50, and I have my Hadoken at 07, because 7 is 7. Okay, I don't need ragdoll. I can keep that. I'll remove this. I don't need this standard effect. Remember, these 303 is just the effects playing. I don't need it. I may need it to play a sound value there, but not for now. Facial change. Here, I'll spawn a projectile. In my case, this 3_30 has the name of the projectile, again in hex values. So here, the way to do it is to check hexadecimal to text. This value says Hadoken W. So I need to search for the Hadoken and add it to my character. This is something that I don't know what it is. It is in use, we don't know. It plays a sound. That's correct. This is for the, since it's 5, remember, it's looking for a voice line. I'm not going to use it right now, so I'm going to delete it. Ground dust effect. This is a common effect that plays. It's not within the character, it's within the game files, the common game files. So that's going, I can leave it there. Same for play effect. And we have an allow action before the last frame. So it's not really doing much. Just the thing that we don't have is the projectile. So let's save this. Let's check how it looks now. There you go. I kept the ground dust, which is fine. But it's not shooting a projectile. I will have to search for it. So let's do that. Remember, projectile files are in the param files. So I'll have to search for Ryu. In this case, I want a Hadoken. So that will be 001 param. It's using Hadoken W. But for me, I'm going to change the name. So let me just export the Hadoken W. And I'll rename it. It will be Seihaken, right? What was the name? Seihaken. Oh, what's this? Seihaken W. Seihaken W. Remember, projectiles have references. You need to check them in the SHT. We have Ryu here. Okay, but I'm going to change it using standard editor. This case is not called Hadoken W. It will crash if I keep it like that. So I'm just changing it to Seihaken. And instead of Ryu, it's going to be Hideo. Was Hideo? Yes, it is Hideo. Let me just confirm. Yeah, Hideo. Good. Okay. I think that's all I need from this. For example, well, no, I'm going to leave it as it is for now. Let me add these files, need to be added to the param file in the shot folder. So I'm going to import multiple things, these two, and I need to update my shot list. So instead of that, I'm going to call it Seihaken W. And now the game knows that these files are here. So I can call them now in my enmchar. But I need to translate that to hex files. Yeah, to hex. So instead of transforming to text, I need my text to be Seihaken W. Translate this to hex. So because I use it a lot, I know that I need to copy by force. So these 4 values starts here after this F, or whenever you see these many different values, this is the name. So I'm just going to copy this, remove the spaces, next 4 ones, remove the spaces, and there you go. It's a 57. And we have the same 57. Let's see what happens now. My action is complete. I have my projectile. I have the files. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I don't want to. No. Hey, we have an invisible projectile, but it is there. If we see the heat spheres, there you go. The projectile is there. Well, we don't have the effect. That's because we need to add it in a specific place. Okay, so let's do that. And that will be in Ryu's common file. Some effects are in the common files, some effects are in the scheme files. That will depend on the character. For example, utility weapons are commonly added in the scheme file because they change for the color or for a model, or commonly for herald skins, herald colors, because they are repainted. No, I don't have fighting collection 2. However, I know that Hadoken is here. So I need to search for the EFL. But we have a lot here. How do I know which one is it? There are different ways to search for it. We can use cheat engine to and a script that will help us to see which one is called. Or again, we have the modding notes in this tab, EFL, that it will show us which one is, what is the number of the one that we need. So for me, I need Hadoken. It's 0010. It's just 10. So that will be this one. I'm going to export it. And if you want to add effects from another character to your clone, you will have to create a specific folder for that. You will see right now. Because I cannot just add this number to my existing character. Because that projectile is it's coded to the specific character path. So I cannot just add this one here and the effect will play. No, I need to create another folder, in this case CHR, new folder. I'm going to call it the same as the character. In this case is Ryu. Where is the EFL? It's in Effect, EFL. I'm pressing Ctrl F to add a new folder. You see Effect, EFL. And here are going to import the EFL, which is the 0010. As you can see, it has references to a model. So let's see what will happen now. Because I don't have these files, I need to add them. So it's asking me for effect mod 0001 0000. Okay. This and this. Let's export what it needs. In this case, this is a material file. It needs that. The way you can commonly check what do you need is to check the material file. Is with the model file, they have the same name. And commonly, the texture that it requires should be above it. But just check what does the material file need. In this case, as you can see, it's the same here. Let's see for the other one that I need. It's this one. That's fine. So let me just export everything. Export here. Export here. No, no, no. That should be enough. So I need to create another folder. This will be mod. Import multiple things. I'm going to import everything that I need that I just exported. And it's a good practice to just sort the files as the base character have them. So just moving the texture up. In this case will be this one up and this one down. Right? Yeah, seems the same way. I have them here. This is fine. This is fine. Let's see what happens. Let's hope that it won't crash. Oh, we still don't have the effect. But that's because there's another step that we need to do. Because we have the effect, we added the effect correctly. We have the requirements for the effect, which are these models and the textures. But we also need to call it, to add like a tag, a suffix I will say, for my file. That's how the clone engine works. So in this case, it will be underscore the name of my character, Hideo. And maybe this won't work. Just let's check. Oh, yeah, it works. There you go. There you go. Now you have a normal attack and a special attack using a projectile. Good. Now, just to finish, because everything here needs to be polished. There are no effects. There are things that need to be changed. A lot of things. But let's just end with a super. Which will be the same. Let's do the Shinku Hadouken. And I'm going to do that quickly because I'm going to search for it for the animations later. But let's just copy the Shinku Hadouken. Okay. So we will do the same. We need to start with the anim char entry. In this case for Ryu, that will be this one, the 36A. Okay, let's see if it works. Export. I'm just going to, before I save it, I'm going to clean my desktop. I like to have my desktop clean as possible. And I'm going to replace this one, for example. But let's do something different. Because if you've seen, I'm using the same motion. This case, it was the same as the quarter circle forward. I have it here, the same as quarter circle forward. Just for learning purposes, I'm going to make this the quarter circle back. Okay. So I'm going to replace this, which is the spell of Vishanti. Yeah. So I'm going to import the values of Shinku Hadouken. Again, the action state, you already know how to check these numbers. You probably don't have to modify them. Subphysics, this is the subtract number, just to remove the bar value down there for the super. Autocorrect character, we already know that. Special properties, this is, as its name says, is a special thing, because some attacks require some special flags. Most of the time in supers you will see it. For specific attacks you will see it. So don't worry about them, at least for this special, because if you see, they are shared for something. Again, you can search for it. 142. You will see the values. It's here. Special properties. 01, it's super related. 01, negate push block. These may be right, these may be wrong. Most of the time they are right, thanks to Amon Shadows and his QA abilities. But there you may get some funky stuff if you add some numbers that it says they do here, but yeah, most of these are explored by exploration. Well, we are not completely sure what they do. So in this case, yeah, leave it like that. In this case, we have a play animation. I'm going to check this. For example, we need this 64. If I'm not wrong, it's 100. Yeah, we did the 100. Everything else, standard effects, check THC. The name says it all. Super stop. Facial change, we don't know what these are, so let's just leave it like that. Most of these things in the supers, we don't really move them, or at least I don't do it, because these are common stuff that the super requires. Super effect, play effect, super camera slot. You can modify this because depending on the character, you will have specific cameras. We will get there later. Supers commonly come in 3 animations: preparation or starting. Preparation will be like the animation during the camera flash, and execution will be after the camera flash, and it will end into something, and that's the last one. If it's a hit capture hit, it will get its own entry, but that's for later. So for now we have 65. That should be 100, 101, 102. 66, and that should be it. However, I know that Ryu's Shinku Hadouken moves him. You can use your directions to lift it or make it downwards. But that is hard-coded for the character. If I keep these character class commands, which are the specific commands for my character, it will do weird stuff because, for example, some commands that Doctor Strange has, they are for the Grace of Hogat. For example, it uses the state to know if I can summon that fireball. You see, I cannot summon a lot of them. If one is out, I can summon another one. That's a character command thing. Sometimes it's used, sometimes you can force it, some things not. So for me, I'm not going to use them. So I'll have to remove them all. In this case, look at that. Check charge input. This is checking if you are moving up or down. So this is for real because you can move around the Shinku Hadouken. But I don't want that. Check out that. We have another play animation now. Super time stop, that's fine. Lots of stuff. Let me just check what this is. Shinku Hadouken. Yeah, I want to keep this, but I'm going to keep it after. Let me copy this one. You can copy it by right-clicking, copy command block. I'm going to add it to 100, and then here I'm going to paste my command. That is the Shinku Hadouken. Because everything else here, I don't want it. Again, how do I know it? Because it's just checking the character class. Everything that says character class, I don't want it because it will be weird. This is ground dust effect, play effect. This is looking for sounds inside the. This is for the voice file. Okay, but this is for the command. I'm just going to delete both. Ground dust effect, ground dust effect. If it says 2C01 is just the common ground dust. If it says 64, it means it's in the character. We will get there. But for now, partner properties. Okay, no. This is disabling face. Okay, cool. I'm not sure what is this for. I think it's just to blend the animation, to end the animation of the Shinku Hadouken back your idle. So let's just keep it and see what happens. So okay, I have this working fine. However, it's using animations 100, and I need to take them from Ryu. So let me search for them. And it's 100 from LMT1 since it's an action. Yeah, it's 1, 65 is 101. So let me search 100, extract. Escritorio, vamos a ponerle Hideo keyframes. 100. I like to call it pre. What's the name of that move? Shimas Ryushin Jichoken Ryushi. Okay. It's too large, so let's call it Shin. Say Haken. Extract. Myth. Shinsei Haken. And extract. Oh, sorry, this is going to be 101. This is going to be 102. Post Shinsei Haken. Just to check, I'm going to import it here. Yeah, as you can see, is that animation. I can use this. It will help me for the Hadouken motion. I can keep the leg animation and torso and just change for what I had on the other one. But again, that will be for the polishing state. Okay, this works. Let's go to Hideo Shimas. Okay, Hideo. Effect again. Let's work with that. I don't care about any animation inside of Doctor Strange, but it's good if you are using a base character and you're using, for example, the Shoryuken. You'll use like 4 different animations. Try to write down what are you using to keep track of it. In my case, I try to check from 1 to 6 are common normals, and then so on are whatever you want, except for example 20, 21, and 22, which I think are the air or the jumping normals, and 43 is the jumping or the launcher, air launcher. But again, it doesn't matter if you want to change it, it's okay for you. But just keep track of what you're doing. So let me just change this. Change this. And replace it with these animations. Okay? Good. I have the animations. I have my entry here. Now, what I told you, I want this to not be in quarter circle forward, just because I'm saying it right now. Let's just do something different. Let's put it on quarter circle back. So for that, I'll be using the standard editor, and I'm going to open, where is it? Hideo. I'll be using Command Special Attack, CSP. Here you have the commands and the pointers to what entry do you need in the animation chart. It commonly starts with ground S, dashes. As you can see, 5AA, attacks, attack plus S. Here we have quarter circle forward L, quarter circle back L, and so on. The thing with this is that it will check first the last one and then the next one. So, for example, if I have my super, as you can see, is at ground 1 bar. This is my spell of Vishanti. It uses quarter circle forward with 2 attacks. But if I put this one, quarter circle forward L, and put it down here before my super, whenever I do the 2 attacks and I press an L, it will call for this attack. So be careful with that. It's pretty easy because commonly supers are here. But if you want to add more, for example, let me just duplicate this entry. It is added here in the first position. If you want to think it like that. In the first priority, I will say it so because the first position may be this one. But the first in priority will be down here. And this will create a conflict with the other attack, and it may create some weird actions. So just take that on account. Okay, so let's remove this subchunk. You can remove it by pressing here. Sorry, not subchunk. I want to remove the whole entry. There you go. And I want to make it quarter circle forward back. But yeah, I already have it. I already have one here. What I can do is to modify to which entry in animation chart character and character entry we have, or in this case I'm just going to disable this entry, quarter circle back. I'm going to disable it. And I'm going to modify this one, because if you go, this is a subchunk. Remember, we talked about subchunks earlier. This is another one. This is another one. As you can see, we have 5. If you can see, we have the motions here. The input code is the one that we want. This is the leniency one. This means that it doesn't matter what you press except this one. I don't know how to say it because, for example, if you have a leniency for dive kick, for example, dive kick is commonly jumping and just press down and, I don't know, H. If you press down, forward, H, you will not be able to do it because it is restricting the other input. You just want it to be down. So in this case, I just want down, then I just want down forward, and then I just want forward. It is limiting the other motions. So for me, I want it down, back down. This will be 2. If you see, this is back, this is 2. And this will be 2. Now my input is quarter circle back, circle back. This is the 2-button input. Don't worry, too many numbers. It just means that it's looking for 2 attack buttons. and the execute action. Okay, this is important because if you see action class is 9, action index is 0. We don't have anything like that here. You will say, well, maybe 9.0 is this, but if you see it's empty, so how do we know what are we using? Go back to your modding notes, go to this tab, and here you'll find action class. We're looking for 9 and 0. In this case, I'm looking for DC. That will be DC. Remember, this is the one that we modified. DC is 9.0, and here is stated. It's using the same subchunks. I'm not going to move anything for now. It has its own flags. It uses 1 meter because common specials, they don't use meter, but in this case I use it. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to save it. And by now it still says to quarter circle forward, but if I load it again, come on, special tag. Now you'll see this is disabled, as I said before, and now this is the one that I work with. Okay, let's see what happens. I need to modify my param. Okay, we have Hideo and mchar, and I also modify the common special tag. There you go. Let's see what happens now. I'll reload my character. If I press quarter circle forward with 2 attacks, okay, you can see it down below. There's nothing now. If I press quarter circle back, there you go. I think I messed with something, but yeah, the super is there, and of course I did not added the projectile. Just let me check what I did with that. Let me load this. This is 100. I think I copied the same one. Oh, I messed it up. I changed the names. Okay. Messed it up. Let me get into Hideo. Keyframes. This should be the 1. And this should be the 0. Let me just add a space there. What do you want? Okay. I'm just going to replace them. Is this Hideo? Yes, it is. Cien, 101. That is good. Now, if you remember, we can add the projectile from Ryu. But for him, let's use strange beam. In this case will be 7 rings of Ragador. I don't know which one is this, so let me search for it. In this case I have this one. Remember, 7 rings of Ragador comes from a counter. the counter requires to be hit by a projectile. That's why it has this hitbox. This hitbox reference. If you see it has FF, which means it doesn't really have a collider, a hit sphere. It will only check for the body collisions, but it has an entry. So let me search for that. This is just a quick thing. You don't really have to work with that for now. I'm just trying to understand what's happening here. So that will be 50. 50 is the hypermove one. That's okay. It's active frames. If you see, it says counter projectile. That's good. This is what I want. And here, down here, I'm looking for a position or a pointer to which command class and action we have. Class and index. Okay. In this case, it's 11 and 4. We go back here, 11 and 4. You will see that most of the time, whenever a counter is activated or a hit grab outside of normal throws activate, they will send you or send your character to another entry to do another action. And they are commonly positioned below the grabs. In this case, as you can see, it's this one, 108, and I know it because it uses a shot. The shot is the projectile. So let's search for that. Okay, this is the one. Let me see, just to check. It's strange reflector. How will I know that it's that name? But well, there you have it. It's strange reflector. There you go. Just for the sake of it, I'm going to copy everything. I'll copy this block, command block, and I'm going to add it to my super, which is down here. That should be in 100. Going to remove this Shinku Hadouken reference because I don't want it. And let's see if it calls that projectile. Nom, 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 nom. Where is my this? Okay, so quarter circle back. Okay, there you go. The animations is fine. The camera is not. We can change it to see if there's another one that fits better. But let me check. Let me just use 01. And also my projectile has some horrible effects that I don't want. Let me remove this. I think that is from the 7 rings. And what else I wanted to do? I want to modify the position of that projectile. If you see, it's too far up. I want to put it down a bit. I believe that effect I removed is this one. Well, okay, let's just take this effect down, this projectile down. That looks good. So I need to check for my shot. If you remember, the name was Strange Reflector. Let's get a bit into the SHT file. So what I need to search is for the position. In this case, here you go. Is in Y. Let me see if it's too far. No, I think the X position is okay. The Y position is too up. So I'm going to take it down like 40. Let's just 50 and see. And let's see. I'm just moving the projectile down. I need to... Where is the strange reflector? Here it is. The SHT file. I need to search for the SHT file. There you go. Did I save it? I don't remember, but let's do it again. Let's reload it. And check. Ah, there you go. Camera is better. And the beam is placed correctly. And it doesn't look like a Shinku Hadoken clone. That's what I like. I mean, it's a beam. But there you go. You have a new idle, a new attack, a new special, and a new super. And I really not going to give him this super as it is. But let's do something special for it. So what I'm going to do, just to end this session, I'm going to command special attack. I'm going to disable it. What is it? What was this, right? Disable. Disable. I'm going to disable every super. There you go. Let me just confirm it. Okay, everything is disabled for my supers, for my hypers. So what I'm going to do is just keep it, but as a THC super. THCs, if you are familiar with Marvel, are the Team Hyper combo. This. So I'm not going to let the user just do that beam like that. But I think it's a fine thing to have for THC, Team Hyper combo only. So how do I do that? I need to check my reference in my status file. Let me see. Status file here, it's here. Here we add some information about the character. In my case, it's male. It doesn't have double jump. It has 850 Total health, not a million. 850k. Here is translated as 8,500 or 8,500. But what I want to do is to make it only for THC. So that should be here. If you see, it's already at 220, which means I'm going to put it in another place. So I'm going to export this that I did, just for you to see that it can be changed. I'm going to put it here in E0. No, well, I'm going to put it in E1. And this is another value. If you remember, we worked with 90, which is DC. But what is 220? I don't know why it works that way. Let me see, just to check it. 108 to 64. Okay, that's it. That it's a decimal number then of the hex value. So 220. Oh, sorry, swap it. 220 is DC. Okay, that's right. It's this one. So I want E1. I want E1, which is going to be 225. 225. Let's search for E1. It's 95. Here it says 227, but because of this spreadsheet is using these places, these numbers, the common thing that I do is just to I'm not sure how it's called, how it's said in English, but just take two positions. So it's 227 minus 2 is 225. That's it. But just because of how this spreadsheet is done. But if you don't want to do it like that, just come here and do the conversion. It's safer, or it's easier, I will say. But yeah, just take two positions. 27, 26, 25. So 225, 25, 225. If you remember, the THCs are related to your assists. So for my case, I'm just going to leave it for every assist. Yes, we'll just remove this. Save it. It is now in A1 position. And status file, just because I forget, and let's do it again. So I don't have, what? Oh, I forgot to update the common special tag. Now I don't have any kind of super. But if I do THC, now it goes for the one I did. That's fine. So there you go. That's pretty much how you mod a character. And yeah, this is pretty basic. It's very straightforward. And it's not in the order of how I do things, but it's good. And I think it's good for people like me that like to get quick results. That motivates you to keep going. Because, oh, now I know how to do this. I'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll do 2. Or now I can do every special. And also I have a super. I'm very close to complete my character to play before I continue with the other stages. That will be for you to decide. Okay, so I think that's it. I'll be working with Hideo. I'll record it. I won't be explaining everything, but if you have any question, whenever I do something, I'll be uploading the videos. You can comment it and I'll try to answer to your doubts. And again, please, if you have any other doubt, we have the Mode 101 channel and everything here for you to continue with your work. Yeah, I'll be adding in the description the resources, or at least I don't know if I can add an invite there for the Discord channel, but I'll be adding these Hideo files for you to play with. Every day that I'll be working with Hideo, I'll be uploading here, updating the files, and you'll be able to test him. Now that I said that, let me just update his files. Okay, that's it for today. Thank you very much. Bye. Just say you can with at least a volume by. Okay. Yeah. Bye. Thank you, November 1.